it is time. Alright, so what I'm doing first, which hopefully is going to be really fast. I can't think of a reason why it would take very long. But, you know, things happen. Slope density. So essentially, it's just going to be basically a graph that will dampen the density, reduce it, depending on the slope. It can only reduce it, which is kind of unfortunate. I would like to be able to... It would be nice if there was a way to make it increase. But there's not really. Not the way I'm doing it. Where I'm picking random points and then placing them. It doesn't really work, so... okay. How would that... Where would that go? Variation, I guess it would be... Maybe I should put... density into its own thing. I'll just do the curve right here. It's like export. I think it's probably just export. Density slope will be a curve. It should just be that. It should just be this. I don't think I use curve 2D. Yeah, it's just this. Okay. Density reduction according to local slope, for instances. This acts as an additional probability function. And can only reduce the density. If you want to have higher densities at certain slopes, you must increase the base density and you must increase base density, yeah. And modify okay. That should be that. Density slope. So it's a resource, so it could not exist. Now I just need to add that in. So populate chunk should take account, and then it also does this. It can do get height, and I also want to do... I need a slope. I need to be able to get a slope from this. I'll just say get normal. Returns a 0 vector if point is invalid. That's right. Okay. Should just be a get normal, right? Yep. Okay. And then I guess what I can do, I can probably do this before the height. So I can ask if the instance has a curve. Yep, okay. I guess this should be if. Yeah, instance node get normal position. Okay. Returns vector3 nan. Oh, that's awesome. They literally had you. These guys are. Okay. Infinite? Okay. Okay. So now we have a normal. I guess actually, if it is, then I probably need to just run continue, because I can't properly do this test. So apparently that doesn't work. So normal is 0. There we go. Okay. So now I have to convert this normal into an angle. Where the slope is 0 when it points up and 90 when it is pointing away. I'm not going to try to guess that. I can't think of how you're meant to do that. So let me just go here. I thought I was just going to go here. Go. I'll get there. Here, here. I would think it's not... It is there. Yeah, it's there. It would be... Instancer? Add instances. There should be a slope somewhere on here. Slope range. What? Slope range. Get usable height. Is in slope. Really? It's here. If the difference between the two is greater than 89, okay. Custom normal. The A cosine dot with the up. Okay, I mean, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. But really, what I should do is dot or cosine the radians of the incoming slope angle and compare that to the dot. Because I would assume an A cosine is probably, well, I don't know. Maybe A cosine and cosine are actually the same in terms of like speed. I think it probably doesn't even matter either because I'm using an interpreted language. So any benefit from using one over the other is probably embedded in noise of other slowdowns. Okay. So I have the normal. Oh, I should write like this. Okay. Now, oh, I guess I actually have to. Yeah, okay. I have to, because the density slope is going to be from like 0 to 90. That's what the range of that should be. What was that? He... What? Okay. I don't know what that key is. Yeah, okay. If it's approximately 0, then I can just skip it. Otherwise, I have to run the probability, so... If the random number is... If I have a probability of 0.9... Yeah, if the random number is greater than the probability, then I skip. So 0.2% chance means 20% of the time, or 80% of the time, we skip it. So... Alright, cool. Let's test that. What's my most extreme slope? Probably there. It's probably like 45 degrees. Max domain, 90. So do 100% chance there, 0% chance there, and let's say at like 45, let's say like 20, there's a really low chance, or actually just 0 here, and then 45, there's a high chance again. I'm just going to say this. Probably, will probably be pretty clear that what's happening. Did that not work? Okay, well, let me just say it decreases. Okay, so I have a feeling this is just not working. This slope should be too extreme. That should definitely just be too extreme. It's a 0% chance. Like, this should definitely be too far. Oh! I get it. Yep, okay, there it is. Now that, yep. Yeah, that seems right. Okay. Low chance there, high chance there, and then... Cool, this one didn't get any. Nice. This is pretty flat. There's like none over here. There's a big gap there because the slope's kind of extreme. Awesome. Super cool. Okay. Very nice. Very nice. Well, that would be it. That would be all of that. Cool. Get normal. Slope curve. Not that. Add that. That. I don't think I need that. Awesome. I probably could have done that last night. That took so little time. Honestly, it probably would have taken me twice as long last night because I was already getting tired, so maybe it's a good thing I didn't. Saved myself time by actually waiting a day. The node. That one, add that one. I guess the next thing is actually to get this custom instances thing figured out. I don't think I need that. It would be super cool. But I feel like the number of times I would use that would not be so high that it'd be worth the investment to make the tool. Because the alternative is just going into Terrain 3D and picking the painter, deleting the one that I don't want, tapping in the settings that I want the instance to have, and then placing the instance. Right. Maybe I should add it? I don't know. Nexus. Do you want me to say hi? Alright, well, hello. Thanks for coming by. Add it. Slope density modifier. Yeah. can reduce density based on slope of local terrain. Should I do that? How would I do this? Essentially, I would have to click at the ground. This would be a requirement. I don't know how I can get around it other than painting the colliders, which are, you know, around the camera. You have to click at the ground next to it, and then it would pop up like a 3D edit gizmo. I mean, I guess it's possible, right? The only problem is if I move it far enough to put it in a different cell. As far as I'm aware, that's... The being in a different cell is used as an assumption to ensure that it can actually find it. So when I click on the terrain, and the first thing it does is tries to figure out what cell I've clicked in, and then it goes from there to find out what transform is closest to that one. That's how that system works. So if I'm able to move it to a different cell, is there a way that I can do that, that Terrain 3D can do that for me? That's the big question. I think when I do that, when I click the thing, it just shows the gizmo. As soon as I start to drag it, actually probably as soon as I click it, it has to delete the instance from Terrain 3D and spawn in its own everything from that. So I can drag that around. And then when I am done and I click off, I call add transform. Right. Oh, but I don't have a way to actually... Oh, is this data? No, this is instancer. But I think for the custom instances thing, I straight up don't need this. I think I really don't need this. Okay, here's the thing. I typically say that and then I delete it and I'm immediately like, wait a second, I actually do want that. Where even is this? Terrain instance region data. Custom instance transforms placed manually. What would be the purpose of this? I wrote to prevent removing instances placed by hand. Removing. So if I click clear region, here's the thing. I don't even think I'm going to have clear region really be... Okay, well it is going to be a button. But it's going to be hidden a little bit better. It's not going to be out here. Like this. It's going to be like an option up here. Okay. I'm going to go for it. I feel like, honestly, I kind of think like using it a single time is going to be worth it. Because I think I probably will. I'll probably go in there, I'll click populate, and I'll be like, oh, this is nice, but then I fly through and I find like 10 spots where I'm like, let's move that one a little bit, or let's just delete that one. And I want to have very specific control over that. The actual terrain vegetation painter kind of sucks. I don't think it can really be undone. I think it can be undone, actually. I don't know. It's definitely the case where if I want to get a certain rotation in there, but I don't know like the exact angles, having the actual like rotation gizmo would be super nice. Because then I can like see what I exactly want instead of having to type in the slope offset or whatever. Click. Oh, it's off by 90 degrees. Okay, change it by 90 degrees. Click again. Okay, well that was like too much, and I change it a little bit. Click it again. Like that process would be really slow. And just having the thing so I can say, alright, I can just click the thing and drag it down a little bit. Yeah. Okay. And then I think this is probably going to be the last thing that I do for this. Then I can start getting a forest. Not quite. Well, I guess the collision thing is more... If I really think about it, it's kind of like a polish thing to be able to shoot a tree across the map and the bullet actually hit the tree. Because additionally, if you're shooting at a zombie across the map, if there's a tree in the way, it's probably going to be close enough that you would hit it because the collision is loaded by you. And if it's a tree near the zombie, it's likely it'll hit that tree because the zombie is loading it. I'll probably do that today too. I'll just do it. I'll just do it. Okay. So, unfortunately, I need kind of... Man, it really sucks because this API is like almost written. It is get closest mesh ID. but it's also like genuinely useless because I think most of the time if you're trying to get the closest thing of anything to you, you want to do something with that. You like want to delete that transform or modify it. Something. So do I add this? Okay, let me do this. What will happen? What will happen is I click, I locate the closest mesh ID, not the mesh ID. I locate the closest anything that I click. I guess I would locate the closest one of these that I manage, really. So if it's managed in this list, if the ID is in this list, then I can interact with it. So I go through that list, I find the closest one out of those. I pick the one that's closest to where I click. I will also do a case where if I click again and I have something selected, I ignore the one that I currently have selected if I'm not clicking the gizmo. I don't know. There's a case where if I click and it's like equally close to two things and it happens to pick the one that I didn't actually want to select. I don't know, maybe that's just my fault. That's hard to figure out. What I want to do is I click, get the closest thing that I manage. That's the first step. How do I do that? What do I call? Get instance indexes. Array of indexes that can be used to access and modify instance data. Oh, look at that. That's kind of it, isn't it? I think this is used by clear, right? Not that one. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty much it, isn't it? After modifying call set instance data. So essentially I click, I guess I produce an area or something, and then, so area, how exactly does that work? Snap area to regions. Yeah. Okay. So it'll follow this, it's pretty much already there. Okay. Who's got like the click part of the plugin? Plugin. Tool select. I guess this is going to be a different. Select vertex should definitely be like select region instead. Or select should definitely be select vertex instead. Edit instance, and I guess also add instance. Nah, just edit instance. For now, if I want to add one, I'm adding so many things. I just want the edit. I don't want the add, I think. Do I want the add? Also, I think the best way to go about this actually is to make it a node, a child node, that appears in the scene tree. So I can like edit this stuff very specifically. And then there'd just be a button that's like save instance or something. The only question is, how do I get from... It's the instancer that holds this. Terrain 3D. Assets. Get mesh asset ID. And then I guess scene file, probably. Yeah, scene file. Oh, no, I would definitely just do get mesh. Yeah, I would definitely just call get mesh. Okay, well, let me do this. This is a resource, right? Yes, good, okay. Okay. So I have to do terrain, assets. Get mesh asset. What's the problem? Oh. Can't do that. And then I would say get mesh LOD. Cool, okay. There's that done. Okay, so I think what I do for the clicking part, well, first of all, the UI needs to have extra things. I need to have add instance and edit instance for sure. So Where would I want this? Probably at the end, I think. Separator. Let me put new lines here. Separator instances. Okay, and these will be part of that same button group. Button, yeah, these should all be two buttons, I think. Creates a temporary child node, which can't be edited. Combines into region on save. So the thing is, if I do that and I were to hit Control S, the region has a before save notification. And what it will do is it will just go in there and RD region data, right? It'll go in there and say, hey, do I have any child temporary instances? And then put those in onto the terrain using the node, and then it will save. So I will have to create a node type. Alright, what's an icon that I could use? I guess I'm just going to... That was loud. Going to... wherever this is. Or is it? No, not there. So I think I can do this. Yes. Okay. So an icon that looks like adding in a sense without using the ad, because I think I already used the ad. Probably one of these, actually. Those look pretty good. I don't even know what it should look like, honestly. I have like no... I don't have an idea. Just gonna see if anything sticks out. Instance. Definitely not that one. At the very least, I need two icons that are like gonna work together. Oh, man, my jaw hurts. Yeah, like nothing has looked good to me. Really? The only thing that looked kind of okay was one of these, but I can't use both of those. Because that's just too confusing, like literally which one of these is which, right? It's weird. That one could be good for moving. What to already use? That's not even... what? Okay, can we get serious? What was that? What to already use? I have that one. I mean, these two work. These are like awesome combinations, honestly. This one's probably good for moving. The edit, maybe. Maybe this is better for the edit. Or maybe the add. mean, if I could have like a different color too, that'd be nice. Because these are both white, these are both red. I'm gonna guess the other one can just be white. Like, this one for the add, the array occluder 3D, or array mesh. And then the move would be the debug continue, I think is what it's called. Debug continue. You know, because it's like possibly destructive, right? I think it's it. That might actually be it. Array mesh and debug continue. Those are the icons. All right. That's not what I don't understand this. This is like really confusing to me because I clearly had this one in focus and I tried to move it and it just didn't move it. I don't know what's up with that. That's the second time now that's happened, and this one like snapped out of full screen. What is happening? Add instance array mesh. And yeah, this should all be in the same group region. Debug continue, right? Yep. Add instance first. And then edit. Okay, cool. Now for the tools, I need to put those in. Was it edit and add? Add, edit, yep. One sec. Be a little bit brighter. There we go. Okay. Add instance to edit instance. And then plugin should be handling this. Tool selected. Clear triangle marker when deselecting this tool. If I am adding a triangle, I clear that. If I have an edited region and I had add triangle selected, I need to clear the gizmos. Okay, so I don't think I need to do anything about that. So select vertex means we just pass it down to... This passes down to the actual region. So that means the region should have... Or the node? Gizmos. Yeah, so it'd go here, or is that it? Just that? Yeah, that makes sense. Though I guess I have to... No, not really, actually. Definitely not. Yeah, I would need to handle it from here. Something like the remove triangle has to do this. So if I'm using add instance, if not edited region, do nothing. Here's the thing with the add instance. I need to have a way to know which one I'm adding. Also, there's a thing of when I click, it's going to... How does it know how to add, like what to do? Right. I suppose what I could do is I could pop up something else. So... plugin... Enter tree, probably. Spatial editor menu toolbar. So it's probably... I think they probably do like... yeah, like editor bottom. So if I have that selected, it's gonna do that. I can probably just go ahead and like turn it. There we go. Parse error? No. What do you mean? Parse error. Line 177. Select not found. That's just not what the code currently says. Okay. Cool, there they are. That's just too much text here. Essentially, my idea is I click this, I pop up a toolbar at the bottom, like how Terrain 3D does it. Like this pops up at the bottom. So that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to have a new script. Add instance, which is going to be control. Maybe. I'm going to imitate what this one does. So this is an HBox container. So I want an HBox container. Instance bar. Then I guess I probably need that line. I don't actually know if I need a plugin, but I'm just going to assume that I probably will need the plugin, so. What does init do? Just does some of this stuff. Minimum size X and Y. Is this supposed to be... I feel like that's what it was meant to be, like this. Which is my bad. Parse error. What do you mean? What? Compile error line 0. Yeah, that's cool. Type in false and it does that. Are we serious? What? Instance bar is not declared in current scope. Oh, okay. Spatial editor bottom. Instance bar. And then I guess what I say is I say if visible and tool mode, toolbar, tool, add instance, then instance bar, visible is true. Hide it. Okay. Edit, toolbar, update visibility. What? What do you mean update visibility? Oh. Oh. Right. So I would have to have a region. Otherwise, I'm hiding everything. Hey, Raiden. You got 20 more diamond blocks and did not die this time. That's awesome. You finally level 30 yet. Have you ever reached level 30? 25. What? This is supposed to be hide, not show. I feel like at this point you probably could have done like 4 or 5 enchantments if you just weren't dying. 35. Okay, good. I'm getting you fortune pick. I already have a fortune pick. So all I need is efficiency 4. Silk touch, any silk touch tool would be great. Preferably a silk touch pickaxe. Because I kind of want to start using stone bricks. What do you mean it's fortune 3? You already made it? Well, rip your levels, because I didn't need that. That's what I already have. I think we both already have like a perfect fortune tool. We just want efficiency 4 at this point. Because I'm assuming, I guess you can check. Adding those enchantments though to combine it is like probably over 20 levels. When if it was just efficiency 4, it'd probably be like 8 levels. Because silly Java still makes you pay for the fortune 3 and unbreaking 3, even though it's not doing anything. Okay, so toolbar, but I'll update that. Honestly, I think update visibility should actually, because the toolbar knows which button is selected. So I could just say visible and then update visibility. I think it's what I want to do. No, because I actually don't know about that. I mean, if I select a region, If edited region? Yeah, I think I'll just go down here. Wait. On tool selected, if previous tool was equal to add instance, then I think I want to do instance bar hide, and then if tool is equal to add instance bar go, probably like this. And when I click to edit something, if we're already on add instance, then show that. I guess it needs to, does it need to know the region? I think it does, because it needs to know which meshes it can have. Is that right? Because I probably want to use that thumbnail thing, because this produces a thumbnail. It is a thumbnail. That'd be nice to be able to click that from the bottom. As opposed to having to remember the IDs. So region equals okay. If I don't have an edited region, actually, I guess what I really care about is if I don't have, yeah, if I don't have an edited region, let me do this. Or yeah, or instance bar doesn't know about a region, then I skip. Which now I need to know about regions, so. If we are clearing it, then something there, probably. If current region, probably something there to clear it. Yeah, I don't know yet. It'll be something. It'll have to update its, like, UI state. So for now I'm just gonna see if, is this init or is this ready? Ready. For now I'm just gonna add label. Just so I can see it show up. Okay. Add instance bar, there it is. I deselected, it goes away. If I click off, it should go away. It did not go away. Why did it not go away? It should have gone away. Edit. Oh, is there like return here? Edited node. If edited region, set this to null. Right, okay. If not object, so if I've clicked nothing, yeah, okay. Hide those. Okay. Cool, so it remembers. So if I click off and click different ones, it still stays there. And these should be, every time I click one of these, it should be like saying it right. So let's see that. Okay. Okay, so when I'm clicking different regions, it's not updating. Is a instance region. So this is if I'm changing the region, object instance node, edited region equals that object. I guess I can just ask if it's visible. then I will change it. Otherwise, no, I think I want to do this check down here at the bottom instead. Otherwise, instance bar region will be cleared, and instance bar will be hidden. Okay. Set new region, changing old region, changing old region, cleared region, set new region. I clicked the button, it should have unset it, but I guess it's fine if it doesn't. Cleared region. Set new region. Set new region. Okay, I mean, that's fine. It's a little bit spaghetti, I think. This is kind of being modified a little all over the place. I mean, it's probably fine. Because it's keeping track with toolbar. Alright, let me just find, yeah, toolbar. Every time I do something with toolbar, I should probably be doing something with instance. Bar. If visible in tool mode is add an instance, show it. That's just visibility, though it's a bit odd. I think I should probably have additional checks here. And I have an edited region. Those I'll be clearing. It's good, good, good. Okay. Seems like it's should be set up right. I skip those modifications if I'm not changing anything. Ooh, okay. All right. Maybe I should go ahead and send this. Also do a get instance thumbnail as well. Because I will want that. Texture 2D is a resource. Okay. So it'll be very similar. Just be get thumbnail, right? Yeah. Cool. Okay. Useful for UI elements. Okay. And then I think that's probably where I'm going to leave it. And then I'll start getting it to actually... Because I think what I really want to have is I click add instance, and it shows the mesh with whatever options I have set on my cursor on the terrain. So I can literally see it before I place it. Honestly, I kind of wonder if update visibility should just manage that. I think it should. Because update visibility already works with these things, right? And it knows when it changes the tool. So yeah, I'm actually just going to move that out. So it's one line. Yeah, if I have an edited region, and, right, because update visibility is always called an edit. Update visibility is called last. Update visibility is called last. Update visibility is called last. Yeah, so I guess it actually doesn't know which tool is selected then. Alright, I won't put it there. Never mind. Toolbar actually interestingly doesn't know which tool is selected. It's probably a bit dumb, but... I mean, I guess it'd be this. It's written. It is written. I'll leave it. Just gonna make sure that I actually have it, like, all saved. Yeah. I'll actually not leave that one sent yet. I'm just gonna have the toolbar show up. That's a few too many new lines down there. I don't know why there's so many. Oh. I guess there's supposed to be a stupid comment there. It's a really long tooltip. I'm going to simplify that a little bit. Okay. Plugin should be good. Not doing region data. Toolbar should be good. Not that one, not that one. Not that. Is that it? Not quite. Also have to add that. Oh, and I still have to delete this tree noise thing. Okay. start on instance editing. Added buttons and placeholder instance bar. Yeah, that's it. Okay, I'm gonna go and delete this from here. I'm not using this. Okay. So add instance, I think, is probably gonna be the simplest one to start with, which is also gonna contain like a large bulk of all the actual work as well. So the first thing I need is I do need some kind of temporary node that I can modify. And like I said, I want it to appear in the inspector so I can do very specific things with these. Also have something so I can change the actual instance that it is. It'll know which region it's part of. Also do some things probably to like stop it from moving around, so I can't like click it here and move it out of its region. Honestly, I'm not going to worry about that. I'm not going to worry about what happens when I do that. Okay, but yeah, I definitely need like some kind of temporary node. Terrain. Terrain instance temporary. It will have to be a node 3D. And I don't want you to be able to add this. So I think the way that I prevent you from adding it is just by not giving it a class name, so that way it doesn't appear in like the list of nodes to add. And then this should have like, this has its settings, right? Yeah, settings will give me the possible options that I can do for adding as well. So an instance temporary, for now I'm just gonna have to remember what region it's part of. But these are gonna be exported, so they're not gonna save. So I guess if it just gets into ready and it doesn't have one of these, then that's a problem. This needs to be applied before we add it as a child. Instance temporary added to scene without a region removing. Queue free. Return. And then it also, yeah, it needs to know what type it is. So this will be an export. Just export, I guess. It'll be -1. Actually, this will be export custom because it's not going to be saved. It's going to be prop. None. Empty string, and then property usage editor. So you can modify it, but it won't be saving. And this of course also needs to have a set method. So it needs to like track set value if not region. Just set and return for now. But if I do set it and I do have a region, it needs to be a valid option. So settings, instances. We're not valid. I ignore that change. Maybe I'll do a toast as well. Interface. There we go. Since honestly, I should probably just do this. And there'd be some other stuff there, like updating its mesh or whatever. Yeah, that's something it will have. So it'll have its own mesh. No valid instance ID, delete ourselves? I'll just say push toast error and oh, I can have an error list on the scene tree. Push errors, so this would be configuration warnings. There we go. If there's no region, so this just allows me to like set the ID beforehand. But then in ready, it needs to check that. I mean, I actually can make it so that thing changes. So validate property. So that would be this instance ID should go through here. What is it? Whoa, whoops, I didn't mean to click that. Whatever. Put you up here. So what I'll do here is I do validate property, and then I say the... Oh, wait, range doesn't really work. I can make it an enumeration, I guess. I'll just drop this. Okay. So if there's no region, which I can't remember the order this comes in as, I'm pretty sure this just appears every time I click it. So if there's no region, I'm just gonna say return, whatever. If there is a region, I'm gonna make the usage the hint, right? Hint. Okay, I gotta click this. Hint enum, hint string, perfect. That's like literally what I want to. Enum suggestion? Hint string. Yeah. And then for this one, yeah, I can have custom values in there by appending integer. Okay. So I will clear it. I'll make one. Is there a string? No. Okay. Or, these have names, right? Test tree, test bush. Yeah, they have names. So I should be able to say like get mesh or get name. Name. That's what I want. So I'm gonna add that too. Returns number as a string. If it does not exist or has an empty name. Okay, very similar. Just be an asset. Asset name. Dot name, and then if it's empty, okay. For option in region settings, instances, and string, add region instance node, get instance name, option ID. And what is this again? Semicolon. Global scope. Editor plugin. What? Well, okay. Okay. It's probably hint string, right? Yeah. And then usage. Should just be editor. think that's it, right? Yeah, okay. Set instance ID if not valid, do that. Otherwise, if we have one, configuration warnings. When I set the instance ID, I want to do I think I can just do notify property list. Notify what? Update configuration warnings. Does it do this right away, or does it like... I'll just say... Also for region, have a set region. Because I think I need to have this in both places. And let me track this separately as well. Do that there. Do that there. Okay, configuration warnings, if not, is ID valid? Is not in the region settings. And then, well, no valid region assign. Please move this node to a region or delete it. Okay. So ready, I want queue free. But I will do that. I guess actually this would be like, if we do have a region, then we might want to do this. Whatever, I'll just have it be first. I don't think it really matters. Set to I don't like that, but do this. If not validate instance ID, then run this. If not, is ID valid? Do this in return. Otherwise, I just do this. So I can call this method. Okay. And then where did that method go, by the way? Did I actually cut it out and like not? Oh well. Stop. Settings. It says okay. Reset. I check that it's valid. If it's not valid, I do this and I ignore the change. If it was valid, then I just accept it and I update the warnings so they go away. Invalidate here, update warnings. And what did I want to do? I want to do a toast and then configuration warnings as well. Yeah. Here I probably want to push an error. Okay. set region. So when I set, I think I'm really just doing like region equals new region and then notify property list changed. And then also probably update configuration warnings. If somehow this changes so it's no longer valid, then I guess I just set that to be false. And in fact, I'll just do this. What's wrong here? Is ID valid is not, well, why did it, what? No. Huh? Validate instance ID. Wow. So the order of things that should happen is I should set the instance ID, and then I set the region. As the order things should happen in. And then ready would be called. Which should have whoa, which should have a, I'll just do this. Do all that, and then it is valid. So then what I will do is I will take my mesh instance. I should be able to set the position before I put it in the tree, right? Yeah, I should be able to do that. Mesh instance mesh will be equal to region get instance LOD mesh instance ID. Yeah, just leave it at 0. These are temporary. I'll just load them at their best LOD, and the idea is you should be clicking save at some point, which will delete this temporary and make it part of the actual multi-mesh. Okay. Oh. Internal. Yep. Yep. Okay, so now for the adding part. Plugin, add instance. So for now, we're just going to add the ID 0 and test that. So what I should do is I should know where it is. So for add, remove vertex. I should know where it is, right? Intersect terrain, mouse position. Okay, so mouse position, terrain point, project terrain. It's not really what I want. I'll be right back. Dog is barking. I am back. There's a dog out there. What? I'm guessing he was probably in frame when he was barking. I didn't see.
Okay.
Now he's running away. Okay, so terrain point I think is just... Yeah, it's not what I want. I think I just want mouse position. So I've clicked adding an instance. So what I want to do is I want to I have the edited region, so I need to add a child. So first of all, I need to have this, actually. That thing. I'm going to create the... instance temporary new t instance ID will just be 0, and then t instance region will be the edited region, and then I should just be adding to the scene at this point. Oh, and I want to give it like a proper name. So t instance name will be temporary instance, and then I add it. And then force readable name. I think this just means that it takes, if not named, the node is renamed to its type. If it shares a name with sibling, a number is suffixed more appropriately. I don't think I have to turn that on. I think if it's already... whatever, I'll leave it. It's fine. Add a child, and that's literally it. Should be all it has to do. Okay. Let's see what happens. I probably have to turn that off and back on. So I would like to add to this region. I'll just visualize it so I can see it. What? Where's the gizmo? Did that break? How did that break? I'm gonna assume... I think it's a scene thing. I'll just relive the scene. Yeah, okay, it was just a scene thing. Not sure why that happened, but oh well. So when I click, it should spawn one in where I click. Nothing happened. Or not instance bar region. Add child. Oh. You have to set the owner before. I think I set it before. Owner is equal to edited region owner. I know there's an order between these two that's required. I don't know which one it is. Yeah, that's what I thought. Ah, oh, I'm not setting the position of it. Duh. Of course. But there's all the trees, I guess. And there's other trees sitting there. I'm just gonna ignore that for now. Awesome. So this now has a temporary instance. It's a bit annoying that that appears. But whatever. Oh, maybe I should set the custom... Maybe this just needs to have a custom bounding box. Is there really no ready or init or whatever? Interesting. So what have you actually done that's noticeable since last I've seen? I feel like you could have placed all those trees by hand at this point. I've finally got random population working in a way that is real. I went Minecraft way. So it just picks a bunch of random points in a 16 by 16 chunk, and then it checks if any of them are too close to each other or neighbor chunks that it may care about. So the minimum distance works, and it's fast. That's what I've done. And I have the game generate a different map every time? No. It's just for the tool. Ready? What do you mean, bruh? I want the game to be deterministic. To an extent. Well, yeah, it'll be deterministic. Tool general purpose. No. It just works for the terrain. I don't know what you mean general purpose. I draw the region, I set some values. I've also got, I guess I can walk through it. So I can set the density. I can have a standard deviation of that density. So sometimes it's a little bit less dense, sometimes it's a bit more dense using this deviation. A density slope. So if I want, I can say just arbitrarily at like near 45 degrees or something, we're placing a lot. At this random angle, this is just testing, but at this random slope angle, it will not place any trees. I have all the variations in here. So for the colors, I can say add a set of colors and then have it vary that color specifically. And I have these previews here so I can see what it looks like. That'll be for something like, I think I want to have the game be like early fall time. So there's going to be trees that are going to have like red leaves or yellow leaves. Heights, spin, I guess rotation, and then tilt, scale. That was all pretty much done yesterday. The slope thing I just did this morning. But I'm making it so I can place these temporary instances and like move them around. So I could literally go in here and, you know, place it wherever I want. And then I would, once I get there, I'll be able to hit save and it'll delete this temporary instance and add it as like an actual thing on the terrain. You could have just placed them by hand. I mean, this many, sure, and definitely not. I would not want to do that because it would not look random. It would be very obviously, that's a crazy line that formed, but it would be very obvious that it's not. There's going to be biases included in that. Here's like a test region that I have. I'll just click populate. Because I think at this point it's pretty clear that I'm going to have over 100,000 trees alone, and then I'm likely going to have, I'm adding instances by accident. Let's stop doing that. Yeah, well, I guess the slope thing is kind of weird and random, but like, well, this was 12,000. I guess it took them off because it was deleting a lot of these slopes. And you know, really I would have this slope not place trees. But I'm not placing 12,000 by hand, that's for sure. I'm not going to individually color 12,000. Because the big thing, another big thing about this is that I'm going to have a seed set to it. So I can pick a seed where I like the regions are going to be smaller. This is like a test for a really large region. I would never have one this big. This would probably be like 5 different regions in the actual game. I could set seeds. You can see now I can manually, at this point, that didn't place very well, but whatever. I could place instances manually. They'd be temporaries. I can move them. This is not something that's supported here. And the next step would be being able to edit an instance. So I could say, I don't like where this tree is. I could click it and delete it. I could click it and move it or rotate it, scale it, whatever. I could change the color on it. One thing that I would like to have that I don't really know how it's going to work. Well, I mean, I actually know exactly how it's going to work. So I probably should add it. I've been debating whether or not I would add it or not. But this thing for the colors, it's a really big problem that I can't see what this looks like until I hit populate. I would really like to be able to go in here and be like, what does this do? And I would literally see all the tree colors update in real time. I definitely can do that once I get the seeds in place. So doing this will, whichever tree got that color, you'll see its variation. The variations change depending on that color. If I add a color, some trees will get the new color, some will keep their old color. Make the trees not just a stick and see if it lags. I can have as many trees on the map as I want. I've already tested that. Dog walking by. It only lagged, I think, when I tested the, what you saw before. I placed like 1,000,000 trees or something in this area, like maximum density, and it was fine. Definitely my test bushes are too much. I can't have those actually render. Those need to like disappear with distance. Because when I added the trees, then I was at like 30 FPS or something in the preview. But I'll figure it out. That'll be part of it. The nice thing about it is that I can literally go into... I'd literally just be able to go into the scene for the tree and modify the mesh or whatever. And then it would update here. It wouldn't update here. I think I have to do like a project reload to make that happen. Train 3D doesn't seem to be able to handle that. That's weird. That's weirdly pixelated. Okay. No, I've forgotten what I was doing here in this ready function. This is... on the region? It's supposed to do what? I really don't know. I needed to run something when it showed up. Oh, the custom bounding box. I was going to try that. What? Am I mistaken? Is that not something here? I'm pretty sure Terrain 3D does it, so I'm going to see what that code looks like. This one somehow hides its things. I don't know how they do it, I guess. Hide bounding box for node. Okay, no one has ever asked that question, I guess. Never mind. Can't do it. I thought there was a bounding box thing that I could change. I guess there's not. Alright, anyway. What I want to do now is when I have the tool selected, I want to show... Sorry. Today is dog walking day, I guess. It's like four times today. Okay, when I have the tool selected, I want to show it. So I think the edited node should have should probably hold a preview for this. I guess the region, can the instance bar do it? What can this do? I guess this one can. So in process, this should be able to... Yeah, because does toolbar do it or does gizmos do it? It says so ready, no process. Does Gizmos have a process? It has redraw. Who does this? Edited region update gizmos. Honestly, I'd probably just do it here. So I'll have the preview just on plugin. I think that's fine. Enter tree. What is all of that? Nothing. Create that. Exit tree. I guess I do queue free. I don't think I have to really do all that, but whatever. Just can delete these lines. These are kind of like weird lines. Okay. Mouse motion, mouse position. This can return. Okay. What is it? Infinity. All right. Returns a non-finite vector when it doesn't intersect terrain. Is this tree models to be more than 4 polygons and FPS drops to 6? Well, I've tested it with 18 faces, and that's, I can have like a million trees and it's fine. Maybe not a million, maybe like 100,000, a couple 100,000, and it's okay. So we'll find out when I get there. It can work. If I have an edited region and tool mode is tool add instance, if mouse position is finite, then instance preview global position equals mouse position. And I guess down here when I do this, hide. Basically what I'm saying is it's over. It's not. It will work. It already works. I already like made a mistake and it was like over 60 FPS with way more trees than I think it will ever have. That was already tested. Concept proven. I should say. Where am I going? I'm lost. Plug in? Okay. And then when I select the tool, I'm just gonna say that instance preview. Just previewing the tree. Okay, I should have to probably disable it, re-enable it. And then also, well, this probably would work now. Is inside tree oh, yeah. What? That's confusing. So the instance preview, when I select instance preview hide. Hide. And then down here, if we have a parent, okay, if get parent. Just it's gotta be a node 3D. If we have a parent, remove child, and then edited region, add child, instance preview, front. And then if we don't have one, same thing. Actually, I guess I can just leave it. It's actually fine. I just have to hide it. And then I'm not going to show it there, actually. Probably don't understand what it's... So I click the tool. I've selected the tool. I set the mesh. Do I have to do it there too? I hate how the parenting system works. I have to do like all this crap. If we have it, I don't even know how to do that. I'm just gonna... And parent is not equal to the edited region. Then remove the child. And then add the child. Like this. Awesome. There's a really weird way of moving, though. Like, my mouse is, like, snapping to the middle of the screen when I right-click or something. Is this kind of lag? You want to do that? Like, slightly. Slightly, but whatever. It could possibly be that I'm constantly calling show on it. No, it's probably just the raycast. So I really wish it was like, you know... I really wish this would run at least like 1 or 2 times. Because it is kind of slow. Because it can be in like a weird spot if you move a little too fast. Maybe there's a way I can figure that out. Does this have like a process thing? Maybe we could run it on physics frames while it's visible. That'd actually be it. Yeah. So what I'm actually gonna do is I'm gonna move this out of here. Oh no, I can't really do that because I need this. I need this. Nah, maybe I'll have it in physics process. So while this is, yeah, I'll just have it be that way. While, can I? Oh no, I can't. Does do these get physics process? They do. I guess I'll do this here. Help the instance preview align to terrain after mouse stops moving. And I'll do this, I think, like a couple frames maybe. If they're not, what? That is right. If they're not equal, then I want to set the preview update frames to be, let's just say 5. And then if, and then I will return. So while it's sitting in place, if the preview update frames is greater than 0, then decrement it. And I want to update this on the plugin side, which whatever, I think. Or maybe I can just call it to say update the mouse position. I have the VP mouse position. Is there a way I can get this viewport camera? What if a camera... Whatever. I was thinking about something where I can stop it from like doing that raycast while I'm flying around. I don't really care. I guess it is his update rate. Maybe that's why it looks weird. Because I am dropping motion events. Maybe that's wrong. That's really, why does it like move up and down when I move it forward and backwards? Very odd. I'll bring it back to 3. Because that is saving me a few frames, actually. But I think what I want to do is I essentially want to remember some of these values. So I have this one, and then I also need, I guess, the viewport camera to be saved. And then what I do here is I will say this, and this code will just come out and go to that function. So while instance bar is visible, I do this, and I will just say plug in update mouse position, and then plug in instance preview, mouse position. If plugin instance preview visible, okay, so it's not doing it. I don't know why. So I moved it fast and it should like do for like 5 more frames. I'm gonna try bringing it back. Okay, so it's not running. Why not? I don't know. Do I need to turn on physics process? I guess when I do ready, or no, I can just do this here. Why is it not running? It will automatically be enabled before readiest call, so I have to do this. I guess I'll just put a print here and see if it starts going. It's going. Okay. So... Oh, right. Right. Alright, cool. So that works. Though it is like... It feels like weirdly laggy for some reason. Like super jittery. I don't know why. Whatever. Maybe I just do this in process actually, instead of physics process. That'd probably help with the jitter. And it is floating, so that's not enough. Okay, physics process. Five frames. It's really sad how laggy that is, but that's the best I can do, I think. It just looks laggy. I mean, by the time you click, it's going to be in a good spot. It's really just like something with, I don't know if it's Godot or Turning 3D that has that issue. You have to call it over multiple frames for it to update properly. Which is really dumb. Okay, but I can see it now, right? And it still works when I click. Cool. And they all get added. And I wish that bounding box was not shown. But I don't know if I can hide that. Should I buy and replay Halo Infinite campaign? No. You don't want them to think they should make... Oh, whatever. Truly. I didn't even say anything. I can close these, I think. Too many things open. Okay, so I can click and add them. Let me go ahead and set up the region so it will find these when it saves. And do that. So get children, false. And this, of course, needs to know about this type. That's not what I meant to do. Child is terrain instance temporary. Then if get child counts. Let me just make this a function. I guess save temporary instances. If not, attempts return. I'm playing CS2. I can't solo queue support anymore. What do you mean by can't? You mean won't? Never your fault. Not temps. Bro, you can't type that. Not temps. We're done. So for each of these, I need to... I will eventually have a color for it, but for now, there's not going to be anything. I guess also, if for some reason I don't... If I... Where's the F? Where... If not instance node, I can't do anything. So then, instance node, I need to call... Should just be calling add instance, right? So it'll be add instances data. So it should just be, right, IDs to transforms and colors. Okay. For each one of these, and then I would do, yep, and then instance node add instances data, and for remove child. So for temp instance in temps, these should have like an ID. They need to have everything. So they need to have an instance ID, and they also need to have a color, technically. Let's just do export var. And this should be a color no alpha. So I'll do that. Okay. Back to region. If not data has temp instance ID. This has to be a dictionary. Set let me get the ID. We'll transform. If we don't have one, set ID to be please. Xforms colors, yep. Color array, color. Colors, continue. Otherwise we do have it. So I can say, get the ID. And then I don't like this stuff. This is really dumb. Does the packed color array specifically? I don't even know if it does it, because it's like... Literally, who knows? It's like inconsistent. Colors, packed color array is instance data. Colors. Chat censorship again? Dude. I'm like shocked Twitch didn't auto mod that. Maybe you're immune? You shouldn't be. Forms. Why would you be that? I don't understand why. That's just weird. I feel like they have a short list of things that's like always blocked. And that'd be on the list. So I grab those. Colors, append, color. Because technically as soon as I write to that, colors becomes its own different thing. It's not passed by that anymore. So then I have to set everything back. But X forms, I think I technically shouldn't have to set back. But who knows? Nobody knows. Godot doesn't know for sure what it's supposed to do when that happens. Okay, cool. Now, did it already work? It should not have, because I technically have to have it open for that to work. Instance color. No. No. That's really silly, transform. Save. It also can't decide like when it wants to work or not. Save. Are we serious? Instance color. Instance color. Instance color. Instance color. Was it typoed? I don't know what's going on. Save. That's the wrong letter. Manual internet, you're lying. Save. Did they go to the right place? Remove child can't be called at this time. Parent node is busy adding and removing children. Is that a joke? Parent node is busy. What do you mean? That's stupid. So I would have to hit save twice to make that go away? Alright, well I'm gonna go figure out how I can get around that and do that anyway. Consider using... No, I want to remove it now. I don't want it to save. You're dumb. Parent node is busy Parent node is busy. Can we get serious? Parent node is busy. Am I really not typing it right? Parent node is busy. Data.blocked. Why would data.blocked? How can I make that not happen? Data blocked. Increment. Decrement. Propagate ready. Propagate enter tree. After exit tree. Propagate exit tree. Propagate physics. Move child. Propagate pause notification. Propagate suspend notification. Process owner. Reverse notification, deferred notification. Propagate notification. Oh, really? I can't add or remove a child during a notification. Is that what this means? Maybe I can do it deferred. Maybe I can. Maybe that's fine. All right, they all cleared, so I'm gonna go look very quickly at this and see if they're in the scene tree. Oh, look at that, they're all there. So that means after I save, I need to say resave on save. True. What a stupid thing. So pre-save, we'll do resave on save, false, and then post save. If resave on save, then I should do editor in interface. Save scene. Okay, I click, and it's gonna do that. Sure, whatever. And then I can just click off that. And I hit save. And that loops forever. Okay. Well, I mean, you know, I did forget, to be honest. I kind of did forget to fix that. I did forget a line of code there. I mean, it should be looping because it should be... Because it gets here and it sets it to be false, right? This happens and it becomes false. I guess I can also make this static. A static var. Oh, and this, I guess this should be called deferred. Yeah. So this to be false, save scene. Call deferred. Alright, now I hit save. Oh, they're already gone. Click, click, click. Save. They're gone. And are they then gone here? I can set their owner. I can set their owner. Gosh. The owner is how I can do that. Of course. Hopefully that's allowed. They're gone. And are they then also gone here? Hey, they're gone there. Cool. Okay. So... yeah, a bit annoying what's going on here. Whoops. With okay, click. So that's me setting the global transform before it's in the scene. So I'm not supposed to do that. I just have to do it in a different order. I just do this down here. Okay. Whoa. Is fine. Okay, so what's going on with that? Why is that happening? It's trying to place it. Oh, is it this? is this happening? Yeah, it's probably this. We can go and clear that. Okay. Cool. All right. That's really funny. I could stick it in the air. All right. Cool. And then they're officially part of the terrain, and I can delete them like that. And just to be a test, I click here, and if I try to delete this, it's not actually there. Hit save, now it's there, and I can delete it. Okay. Like, what's up with this bounding box? Is there really no way I can hide that? Because the terrain 3D doesn't show that. Terrain 3D doesn't show that. I really want to look this up. Like, I really need to be able to hide that. Godot hide node bounding box. Oh, you know what? I know what I should do. It should not be a child of the region. It should just be a child of, like, the current scene. That's exactly what it should be. Oh, no. That stays like that. The preview. No, I do. Damn, how do I hide this? Oh, that's cool. Oh, maybe I can just set top level to be true, and it shouldn't, and it won't do that. Maybe that works. Maybe top level is what I do. Doesn't work. And I'm going to say when I deselect the tool, I remove it as a child as well. I think actually if I just make it like... I think maybe I just make it as a child of the terrain instance node instead, actually. It's not equal to edited region instance node. That instance preview instance node add child. I am accessing it there as well, so yeah. I make it a child of that. And then an edit, I think I have to do it again. Real? Sometimes it decides to update the functions and sometimes it doesn't. I don't understand. Because it was obviously working when I had these selected, but then it wasn't working. Nice. Okay. And then when I deselect it, I need to like, when I hide this, I think I need to delete the parent. So annoying. If I move it and it goes outside the area, if it's not visible, if it is visible, I do this and remove the child. I don't think I actually have to remove child before I move it. Remove it before I add it. I think I can just add it anytime. Oh well. This is getting annoying. That bounding box is just really stupid that it keeps showing up. So, if it's not visible, make it visible. I have to do it in this order. Hey, gentlemen. Working in retail. Karen pissing you off. Tell her what she wants is soft. I don't think you should say that. If there's just a way I can just turn off the bounding box for it, this would be so awesome. But I just can't for some reason. I don't understand why. I mean, I also can just add it as a route to the scene. Ugh. I hate it. Fine. I'm making it, putting it on the scene route. So it can't have a weird bounding box thing. And then world is like, you know, whatever. No, man, there's got to be a way to just hide it. Like, please, come on, there's just got to be a way to hide it. Can I just hide it? Can I, is it an option here? No, there's no way that's an option there. That's not a thing. Editor settings. Can I just not have it there at all? Selection box color. Active selection box color. Why is this an overbright color? Hide it. Hide it. Okay. I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm gonna start undoing like everything I just kind of did here. If mouse position is not finite, just put that there. This goes away. Instance preview. Don't do that. Don't do that. Edited region. When we hide it, I don't care about that. When I add it, we add it there. Or when I select, this is selecting something, right? Yeah. We make sure it's a child there. I don't think I have to do that. I think I don't have to do that at all. If node already has a parent, this method will fail. Awesome. So I do have to do that. All right. Thankfully, I didn't waste my time wasting my time, because that is a waste of time. They should just automatically remove it if you try to call add child and it already has a child, a parent. It should just happen. Showing it, if it's not the current region, move it to that region, remove and then put it there. Okay. What have I got? Returns an infinite. I'm going to change that documentation to say returns an infinite vector. Returns vector inf. Returns. Can I type? Okay. Cool. Now I have this and I don't have a weird freaking box moving it around. Click, 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 click. Save. They're gone. Any errors? Can't add child already has a parent. What are you talking about? Can't add child already has a parent. Dude. What? Is this a joke? I remove it. I always call remove before I call add. It's being silly. That's what's going on. Also, they're gone. Why are they gone? Can't add child. Mesh instance terrain instance region already has a parent. Are we serious? I'm calling add child after remove child every time. I'm gonna freak out. This is mesh instance, not temporary instance. Instance preview. If preview parent is not that, if I have a preview parent, I remove child and then I add child. Like, it's not that one. It's here. When I click to edit the region, get parent. Maybe this is what it doesn't like. Maybe it just doesn't like that. Maybe that's the problem. Just don't do that. I mean, it has to be a node, but, or node 3D, but I guess it just hates logic. It hates logic. It straight up hates logic. Explain that to me. Like, literally explain that to me why that makes sense. Because it doesn't make sense, actually. There's no way you can make that make sense. Gosh, that makes me upset. Okay, but apparently hitting save there didn't actually do it, because when I reloaded the... If I reload the scene, these go away. Oh, they're here. Previously freed. What? Previously freed. I have to do if it's valid? What do you mean? What do you mean? Instance preview. This got freed. I mean, I guess it did. Why did it get freed? It shouldn't. Like, null? Why did I type null? I don't know why I typed null. Really annoying. Because it gets freed for some reason. Like, whatever. Straight up whatever. Also, top level is a waste of time. Actually, maybe it's not a waste of time. Maybe it actually like slightly improves performance. Because it doesn't have to keep calculating with its parent. I mean, I guess I have to do it here too. If instance preview. She got dark. Alright, probably time for auto. I've like straight up skipped lunch as well. So you need a Pookie. I don't need one. If instance preview. If not instance preview. I'm making a function. Ensure instance preview. If not instance preview. Or I guess if we have one, then we're done. Instance preview. And make it top level. Okay. Everywhere that I use instance preview. Ensure instance preview. That's fine. That's fine. Sure, instance preview. Because suddenly this can now be false anytime, or just like freed anytime. Ensure instance preview. I do that. It's all right. Wow. Why is it yawn? Okay, now it's here. I was like, why is it yawn? Alright. Reload project. Let me see it work. Without anything odd happening. Oh, I want to add something. Okay, so I want to do reload saved scene. It's gone. to click that again. So that's unfortunate that this happens. So reload saved scene. I guess instance bar can probably check that. So when it calls ready, no. Plugin. We have notifications. There should be notifications. But it's not. You know what? I don't care. I don't care. I'm not going to worry about that. It works for now. I hit save, they go away, and they're also there. And I can delete them. Awesome. So I should probably clear that region. Cool. And then just to test, I'm also going to clear this one actually. Deselect that so that goes away. I don't want to look at it. Save, and then I just want to check this is all zeros. There are 9 trees somewhere. Oh, I think there's a bunch over here. There's none over there. Okay, well, I don't know where they are. So just... nuke it all. Cool. Invalid access to instances. I literally don't care. Whatever. Okay. And then reload saved scene to maybe fix that thing that keeps showing up. Oh my god. Terrain 3D, what's wrong with you? I just deleted everything and I hit save and then they all came back. What's that? Why did that happen? Maybe this is a Godot thing. They're all back. Okay. Region 3. Clear region. This region. Clear. This region. Clear. Okay. It could be a Godot thing. It could be a Terrain 3D thing. But, you know, I just have to hit save a couple times just to be safe. And then maybe now the trees are going to be gone. Okay. Okay. Now, honestly, I might probably call it for now. I think I gotta stop. I'm getting mad. It's getting there. It is slowly but surely getting there. So I'm gonna go and send this, and yeah, I'm gonna stop. Still not sending that. Oh no, I do need to send that because I have the LOD mesh. Yeah, go on. I want to. Like, I've got issues. I get mad too quickly, and I gotta stop. So that's all good. That's been working. Colors don't do anything yet. Deleting some stuff. there's just so many silly things that happen that like state changes, and like apparently I just can't. I don't know how to deal with that. On the preview instance, maybe it would be smarter to just use like the rendering server and like directly render it instead of adding it as like a scene thing. And there's just the really stupid thing with the Terrain 3D raycast intersection requiring several calls across different frames for it to be accurate. That doesn't make any sense to me. I feel like that's just something stupid in Terrain 3D's code that does that. Seriously doesn't make any sense. The terrain mesh is there. It's obviously like there. It's on the GPU. A raycast should be precise instantly. It should not require continuously calling it like 5 frames in a row. Like, I wish I understood what logic they have that's just broken. It's like, it's definitely wrong. That I need to just go and restore. Yeah, I can restore everything. Okay. Okay, so this one I'm sending now. And then I need to send that. Well, I should look at it and make sure it's good. Looks good. Plugin I'm sending should be good. That I'm not sending. And really, I don't think I need to worry about that. I think I can definitely go and delete that. I'm still not using it, and I really don't think I'm going to use it. Because it just lives here in my contemporary thing, and then I hit save, and then bam, it gets added to the multi-mesh. And then the editing thing, I will be able to click. It'll just take that instance, delete it from the multi-mesh, add it as a temporary node, and then I can modify it from there. And select the node. It'll be a little bit annoying, I think. Because if I click edit, I can edit one at a time, and then I'd have to click back over here on the region and then click... Well, I wouldn't have to click that again. It's probably fine. I think the number of times I'm going to use it is going to be very few, but it's going to be very worth it to have it as an actual tool. Region data. Already had it selected. Cool. Yep, just delete that. I'm definitely not using that. And then I have an extra line there, so delete that. Okay, cool. Moving the preview, I need that. That's not a... Population settings. Data. Curve. Sure, I will actually... Split that. Yes. No. Oh, why are those all back? Okay. And apparently those modified, but I know for a fact that they should not have modified. So I'm also going to restore those. I'm not really sure. Those definitely should not have modified. Nothing from here. Okay. And then I have to add that. Yeah, everything's staged. Save temporary instances. Looks good. This was added. I did not give it a name, so that way you can't create one. It can only be created by plugin. Or you can't create one by using like the add node menu. A class name is required to do that. I didn't test the configuration warnings, but whatever. Those instance preview ensure I move that to a function. That's just moving it into place. There's the add. And it can save. I do set it to have an owner. Well, the owner is so that it appears in the list. It's also required to save it, but then before I save it, I drop the owner. So that's how I prevent it from saving. Really weird. Really weird way that they make that work. There's a random deleted line there. So I'm going to go and fix that actually. It's like at the very top of that, so... So there should be another line here. Here it is. Okay, cool. And that random line deleting is gone. The random line deletion is gone. Alright. This will be it for today. So add instance placing for regions. Can now place instances manually added to the multi-mesh on scene save. Toolbar needs to be completed. So instance type can be selected, and when it places, I guess in that editor I would just set, because it may also be the case where I like want to manually add a couple instances with some randomness in an area, but I would want to draw like a triangular region for it. So like clicking will place the instance and then like randomize your instance based on some settings. I guess to make that work, I would probably have on one side be a selection for the instance. So you pick from the options that are in that are valid mesh scenes in the region, and then on another side you would actually pick the setting that you want to use for that. So the randomization will take on the settings as they are currently set in the region thing. And I guess we'll need to have some way to read when that changes. So if I go to that region thing, which I would have it open because I place while I have a region selected. So I have to make it so when I modify that, we re-randomize it. And probably also have like a right-click option, so I can like right-click to re-roll the randomization again. Like if there's something that I don't want, like maybe I say, I want a large one with this color. I can right-click a couple times until I get that configuration. But perhaps it would be annoying if I want a specific thing. So I guess that list probably needs to have... Oh gosh. I'll think about it. I don't really need that, but I'll think about it. Cobra needs to be completed, so instance type can be selected and can be randomized based on region settings. Okay. Alright, well that's it for today. Thanks for watching. I will be back tomorrow. Yeah, really getting close to wrapping it up. Really close. Goodbye.